Morning, guys. Sorry I'm running a little late. Hmm. Kind of a weird open for the amount of news we had over the weekend.
China's foreign ministry official met with Iran's ambassador to China, according to foreign ministry statement.
$960 is our big level here on NQ. Here, IB high. $42 on ES here.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we're expecting comments from ECB's Nagel.
Very interesting.
Iran
We've
says our
got
response to US attacks will be proportionate. That's coming from the Chief of Staff of Iran's armed forces, commenting in a video saying our response to US attacks will be proportionate.
this is basically where we're looking for it to hold on ES. And this is what we're looking for on NQ. We really would love to see like our IB highs hold on both of these. Curl here. Got these interesting distributions where very clear balance below, especially like if we get back below 920, we're in for some hurt. We would like to see 960 ideally hold. It's 9 to like 40 here. IB to THI. And we should expect full reversion, I think. We get below this and then offer it. So let's see what happens. So we want to see like a very clear bid up here. Because if not, then it's just going to be a rotation through. And then probably something like this. Same thing on ES. It's like we need to see interest here on this break, or we'll just rotate balance.
Shortly expecting comments from ECB's Nagel. So seeing comments come through from ECB's Nagel now says the ECB should stay flexible and data dependent. We're in a good position on interest rates. It's unclear if tariffs are inflationary or disinflationary. Quantitative tightening only has a minor impact on ECB's monetary policy stance. There's no concern over ECB passively phasing out bond purchases, and says the ECB can't commit on a rate path given the high uncertainty. Middle East and US trade policy is causing uncertainty.
I'm out half here on NQ. Got this seller above setting 80 to 90. Get over that. We've got room to 05.
EU Foreign
Extended
Policy Chief
size.
Kalla says, I aim to approve the 18th
Hotel.
Russia sanctions package this week.
Mm. What's up, Roy? Did people take this 60 or no? Same thing on ES, this 40 was a pretty easy one. So we have room up to like 05, 010 here, technically. And if we can build above that, we're in a pretty okay spot. This is what it looked like on NQ footprint. Why 60 made sense. Morning. Yeah, plus just like order flow. But yeah, I mean that's just IB high was 40, 42. Same thing on NQ. It's 60, 70 to really like this 40 is what I was watching, but because that's your ETH high at 44. So just like looking for a bid there made a lot of sense. And then like if you look on footprint, like it's very obvious that there was a trapped trader at 50 to 60 on NQ. what happens up here is, I mean, it's either we get over this guy who's absorbing into 2000 to 020, right? Or like this will be the top. This is why I said like a good take profit is into this 05, 010, and then just see what happens, as this is just the top, right? Where we've seen the seller sit over and over again so far. Someone's like pretty clearly here. Let's see if we can do this. So we're gonna have resistance here. And then we have this bottom of auction here that we just held, right? So if we can hold here, then we're playing off of this auction that took place, right? With our ETH high holding. Then we should be expecting at least a rotation up to like 36 to 60. This would be your offer or your supply here. Right, like NQ. It's pretty clearly just like a range, you know? What's up? How you doing, sir? What's up, Sparrow? Oh boy. Mm. So this is our 05, 010. There's not a lot here in Q until we
Fed
show
bids for
interest
3-month
over
bills
20s.
total $3.2 billion.
You know, honestly, it's just like testing back up into these highs.
And 6-month
Yes, there's a
bills
little bit
total
more room to
$2.9
60,
billion.
but just watch as we come up in here again, see if we can actually break out of these highs on ES and NQ, or if this is all we get for right now. Looks fine. It's just top of our balance, right? So we're gonna need to see a bit more aggression if we're gonna get out of here, or we're just gonna do another rotation through. So you should be like 80% risked off, I would say, at this point. Slave runner, see what we can do. Higher time frame, we've got flags on both ES and NQ. So on the 15, just waiting to see if we can chop it up here, break out. Or if that's that. Oil getting a little bid, which is makes sense as NQ and ES are testing their highs again. I think we just watch to see what happens into like 73, 20. See if we can get over that, or if oil just rejects here. I can't believe that oil is still trading at 70. I don't know if like this is like a brain dead trade, but it kind of just feels like it's by like month-long calls on oil. But maybe that's like a way too oversaturated trade. I don't know. Yeah, you know what I mean? It might be one of those. But if there's like actually a blockade on the strait, like oil will go up. But I don't know if this is a long oil with that in mind, or a short the pops on oil kind of market where we just, it's a fade on every news candle high, and then it's just coming back down to like this 70 area on any pop out. It could be either. It just, I don't know how manipulated the market is. I'm not too familiar with how oil trades during these conditions. Sadly, I need a bit more experience with it. But like the logical thing to do is just long oil with Iran. But again, like I just don't know if that's too saturated of a trade, and the market isn't going to actually move. It's hard with like the trades that feel like no-brainers sometimes, because there's more than just the heavier people load into something, the I don't want to say the more unlikely it is, because that's not true, but the easier it is to counter it. It's kind of like when everyone's buying puts, you know, on SPY at like the local low, and then we revert off of it because it's just like way too heavy of a trade. We have to fade, get these guys stopped out first before we can actually go anywhere. The wall just becomes way too large. Mm-hmm. Oil getting a little pop here into these wick highs. This is that 73.20. See if we find a sell here again or if this breaks. Ideally 80 to 90 holds on NQ. If sell side starts to gain a bit
We're seeing
more
some
below
sources on
80s,
X
then
citing
rotation's
Iranian
back
media
down to 50
saying
to
a
60
senior
again.
Iranian political source notes that Iran is likely to attack US military facilities in the coming hours.
See what happens here. We want to see like a very clear sell as we push back up into like 85.90 if this is going to rotate back down to 50.60 on NQ. If not, this is just where the bid steps in and then we rotate back over 90s and then look for a continuation and break of highs. So pretty important. Just getting a little movement off of that news. Like this is what I mean, Camille. What is this tweet? Ugh. This is the test. If 85.90 holds, I think we have one more down leg for rotations back down to 50.60. If we can get over 90 and see a bid, should be able to take out highs. Offer holding so far.
So we're seeing some confirmation here. So it was the Amwaj website reported from a senior Iranian political source that an Iranian attack on American assets in the region will likely occur in the coming hours. He added that the decision to do so has been made, but discussions are still underway between the political echelon and military commanders regarding the exact targets of the attack.
Okay.
So Trump on Truth Social here says, did I hear that former
This should
President
be your first risk
Medvedev
off.
from Russia casually throwing around the nuclear word, saying that he and other countries would supply nuclear warheads to Iran? Did he really say that, or is it just a figment of my imagination? So again, just comments from Trump on Truth Social.
uh, Twitter needs to be banned, man. Social media needs to be banned. World leaders shit posting about World War III. So this is our 85.90 of rejection with oil just testing highs again, just back down to our 50 to 60 here. See if this can hold or if we start to show interest below our Globex high, below 40 on NQ is when I get a little squeamish. But right now, this is just a full balance retrace. Post the footprint on NQ just so that you have a understanding again where we are and why that makes sense of why we could expect that seller to be sitting there up in those highs and just our rotation back down here.
So we're shortly expecting the results from the US 3 and 6 month bill auctions.
50 seconds, still new 15s. American controlled regions, the military bases around. It's the only thing that they have the ability to attack. Yeah, there's like 1,000 bases around Iran. Actually. So the last time we were in a conflict with Iran, they attacked military bases, but they specifically targeted areas where there were not
article again, Iranian
any
retaliation
soldiers.
against US attacks, most probably hours away. So we've put that link on the feed for those interested.
So they could basically save face, where they massively hit our bases, but there were no deaths, right? So it gave both sides a way out of the conflict where they felt like they were in an okay position, but didn't
The
have to
IDF say
escalate
they
further.
struck Hezbollah military sites in Lebanon.
All right, this is a super important area here where we want to see how we interact here into
So again, the
50-60.
IDF say they struck Hezbollah military sites in Lebanon.
Yeah. Just like how the US almost certainly told Iran to leave their facilities before we bombed them. As you saw over the weekend, them mass exodus from these facilities and take out all resources. It's like we're both saving face with limiting death. It's interesting. Yes, yes. So held our overnight high so far at 40s on NQ, 60 offer holding as of right now. We're just watching to see if this upper distribution is going to be able to maintain or if we are going to push down from here. Buyer's got to show pretty heavy for this to make sense for another long. Or this is just going to reject and then we look for that short under our Globex high at 40.
EU plans to sell 70 billion euros of EU bonds in the second half of 2025. 3-month bill high rate 4.195%, 4.195% with a bid to cover of 3.49, 3.49. The US sold $79 billion, awarded 42.5% of bids at high. For 6-month bills, the high rate was 4.12%, 4.12%, with a bid to cover of 2.7, 2.7. The US selling $71 billion and awarding 27.38% of bids at high.
If 60 bids, we have room to 80. If 60 offer holds here and we absorb, we're looking for a rotation below 40 for confirmation, right? So you're in a very tight range right now. A little auction here where we're trying to hold our upper distribution, basically. If we see 60s hold, we can rotate back up to 80. And then we watch to see if we trap there, and then we rotate down. It's really important that we see sellers hold here, basically like 60 to 70, and then rotate us below this 40 for this lower rotation. It's really important. If not, then we're just going to bid and rotate back through. Right, it's our balance low. We need to see a very clear break of our balance and offer below, or this is just going to be where we continue to absorb sellers who are looking for this lower auction. So again, I don't think there's anything wrong with trying a short at 60 to 70 and then taking your first risk off into 40. But if we get our push below 40s and then offer, you play off of your ETH high for this lower auction into 910 and then 870. It's just like it's our balance low, right? So it's like either buyers are going to continue to find value here or we're going to see a larger shift. And we have to be respectful of that. I highly recommend you guys watch or look up some history that we have with Iran, because I think it's really important of like our past conflicts and how we got to this point. It's not as simple as just like Iran bad, US good. Like, how did we get to this point? I think you all should watch this video. This is a great little summary. Whenever we settle down here today, just 26-minute video, definitely worth. Yeah, I'm really glad that he published this on his channel. It was on what's it called? The YouTube network before Nebula. He's got so many great videos on Nebula, man. But he made it public because of the conflict that's ongoing right now. I need to like change the color of this so it's a bit easier to differentiate. Yeah, I'll do this. It's different. $60 here again. Again, just like we talked about, very tight range between 40 and 60 until we make a decision. Yes, just holding our 38s. No change. Need to see a very clear look below. And then an offer for this slower rotation, or this is just going to be where values continue to be found. And that 73.20 area still offering on oil, right? Our highs are still maintaining there. We are seeing a little bit of absorption into 60 as of right now on NQ. We want to see if that persists and if we can get back below 40, or if 60 bid is actually going to be able to maintain, and then we rotate back up to 80. Oil trying to get a little bit of a break above here. Nothing confirming as of yet. It's definitely trying to break out of this balance high. Same with NQ and ES trying to break below. And really need to see this look below 40s and hold on NQ on below our Globex high. ES need to see this 34, 38 go offer for downside for the lower auction rotation. 60s still just being absorbed. Just like we talked about, 40 has to be your first risk off for shorts. If you're shorting off of 60 to 70, need to see the seller sweep below 40s here. Start sweep below. See if we can get more. Taking my first risk off here. And now we watch to see the reoffer.
So we're seeing reports that Qatar suspends traffic over its airspace. So again, Qatar temporarily suspending air traffic in its airspace to protect residents, citizens, and visitors.
So on footprint, do we see why we are talking about what we're talking about? Does this make sense? What do we see? What happened? Oh, sorry. What happened into 60? What happened here? And what's happening now below? Do we see how we absorbed buyers here above 60? And then the seller is trying to desperately step down now below 40. So if we can now hold this 50 to 60 on retest, that's a lower high that we've just put in, and then we get another acceleration below 30. And that'll allow for a continuation. If we eat these guys up down here and then rotate over 60, then we'll have trapped these sellers, and then we can pop up and then go back up to our 2000. So it's really important now to see like how we interact here, because we know that these guys got absorbed. We know sellers are trying to push price down. So now what we're looking for is, in this low, is this now our offer for a continuation down? Or are these guys going to get trapped? And then we see a secondary bid step in over this for this rotation up, allowing for us to take out these highs, because now we have this catalyst at the low. Incredibly important. Oil breaking out. Yes, testing our edge here, our value low to ETH high. Watching to see if that'll offer. New 15s have opened. Again, we want to see this 50 to 60 hold, ideally, if we are going to make a lower high and then continue down. If bid gets back over 60s, and we see a secondary buyer step in, that's when we can look for this full auction up. Because we have then trapped these guys here. Later, man. Mm-hmm. Is oil into our 30-second opening range. We can see a bit of a sell here if we can't push above for short term. So we'll watch to see if NQ and ES get a little pop if oil can't get over our 30-second opening range here. for just a short-term move. Just waiting. My average is 60, stop is above 70. Just looking for a rotation through or to get stopped out, and then we look for pushback up to 80. Yeah, and we're just watching this. We want to see this 60 to 70 continue to hold. We need to see a very clear look and continuation down to trade into our lower auction. We are just battling at our Globex high right now on NQ. ES is trying to build at this 34.38. This is good for sell side if we're going to get the continuation
says
down.
the US and Europe should address overcapacities as allies.
We need to get back over 42s and bid for upside on ES.
WTI crude erases earlier loss of as much as 1.7%. So, according to satellite images, the Americans evacuated planes from the base of Qatar in advance.
Testing 34 here again on ES off of another rejection of 38 to 42. This has to be your first risk off as it is the bottom of our range. If we can show interest below 34, should be able to rotate down, looking for first target into 26. If this holds, we need to see that push above 42s for rotations up. It's just a little balanced trade right now. Same thing on NQ, 60 to 70 held again, rotating down. We are just at our Globex high. Oil was able to reject our 30-second opening range like we thought it would, just rotating down off of that, watching to see if this is going to be a larger move or just a short-term dip and then a rotation up for a continuation on oil. Unsure as of yet. But we understand that that was a reactive level here into our 30-second opening range.
So according to an open source intelligence reporter on X, the airspace over the US Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar is now officially closed, according to a new NOTAM.
And seconds, still new 15s. Opening now. Remember, we need to get below this 30 to 20 on NQ, or this has to be a risk off. We need to see sell side sweep below 30s and show that interest. The hold from 60 70 is great. It's doing what it needs to do, but we got to get through this guy here. No changes on ES. 38.42 still holding. Testing our 34s now. If 34 can go offer, should be able to get that rotation down to 26. There's an attempt to sweep through. So far being absorbed. Again, 20 to 30 needs to go offer. Halfway to target here on ES. I'm out one more here on NQ.
We are also seeing reports that Turkish companies are cancelling flights to the UAE. Some sources saying the UAE is planning to shut its airspace too.
And we're targeting 870 if we can flip this 20 to 30 on NQ. $9.10 is first target, and then we watch to see if we get a stronger reaction there. So I'm just gonna like keep an eye on how reactive we are here. I want to see this offer be pretty dramatic here into 45, 40, 45. Our last buyer was absorbed into 50, and our offer is now trying to step down into 30 to 40. So as we push up here, let's see what we do. Pretty strong reaction into our value low at 920 on NQ. Watching this move now into 45s. If 45.50 holds, there's no change. Sell side just slowly shifting value down, seeing if we can get this step, or if they fail here again. In an ideal world, oil finds a bid here on our value edge. That would be the catalyst that we need for another leg. If not, then it's just going to be chop until one side chooses a direction. Offer at 45 holding so far. Need this bid on oil. Without it, it's going to be really tough. potential higher low here at 30. This is a recovery of our bow low, so we're watching for one of these. You basically have an opportunity right now to either attempt a long with stops below that wick low, playing off of 30 for rotations up, or you're waiting for this look below 20s and then offer above 30, or with your stop above 30.
To the Iranian president on X, he says, "We neither started the war nor wanted it, but we will not leave the aggression against Greater Iran unanswered."
Give me the second leg. There's your big bounce on oil. See if we can get below 20s here. They're just so unwilling to still. Come on. See if we can get a higher low on oil. Something like this would be great.
According to Fox News, imminent threat of Iranian attack on the Al Udeid airbase in Qatar. So as expected, again, we did see Qatar close the airspace above this US airbase in Qatar. Fox News now reporting there's an imminent threat from an Iranian attack at this US airbase in Qatar.
You need to hope that no one dies in that attack. Adore died 20. We need a sweep through this, or this is your first risk off. We can get the step below and then hold on offer of 20 to 30. Then we have a strong chance for a secondary leg. 910 first target, 870 secondary target. I have not added to this position yet. Still just in my runners from 60 to 70. Waiting for a much clearer breakdown here. Same as before, 30 recovery, rotation up to 45 offer. Until we can show interest below 20s, this is the only thing that we have. $50 till new 15s. Let me just show you what I'm looking at on Footprint again, just as a quick little update. This is our 60 to 70 above, right? So we're still absorbing into 50s. That's why we had 45 as target. We saw that offer step down there. But
So
we're
seeing
still
some more
just
colour
battling with
from
this
this
30 to 20,
Horowitz on X as a
which is
reporter.
where this buyer
It
was
says
last.
French and British jets are airborne over the Middle East. The UAE preparing to close its airspace, according to some reports. Saudi and Qatari jets are also scrambling.
So if we can get over 70s and bid, then we rotate up.
So again,
With these guys then
these
being
are all being
offsides.
cited over the threat to Iranian aggression over a US airbase in Qatar, the Al Udeid airbase.
If this continues to hold, we're just looking for this reaction like this for rotations down to 870, which is just your reversion to our 15-minute view up from Globex. It's just sell side trying to garner a shift of value from this auction that we traded above, right? So if they can build down here, Then we revert to 870, 880. If sell side fails to shift value below this edge, and we rotate back over 70s, then we rotate up and take out highs, would be my guess. That's just what I'm staying in. I haven't added to my position. I'm just in runners right now off of our 60 average, 70 stop. Just waiting. Seems like we're waiting for this strike to take place, to be honest. I don't think that there's anything wrong looking for this look below and then look back above 30 for rotations up to 45, just like we talked about here. I don't think that there's anything wrong with that.
So following the reports as well, we're now seeing reports that US jets are scrambling over Saudi Arabia.
If we step below again, right, like we're looking for this rotation, the look below, and then the hold of this, with this being our risk. It's just, it is what it is. We need to see a very clear offer step below this for more.
China now urging citizens in Qatar to avoid the Al Udeid airbase.
I'll be right back. What's up, Julian? So our first look below 20s, that feels good. Let's see if we can get more here. This is our first target into 910s. We look for a small reaction here and then see if 20 to 30 holds offer. This is now our risk. This is our reoffer. See how we interact here. We want to see sell side show. Without it, it's just going to be a look back over 30s and bid, with these guys being trapped at 10s. Again, I'm not bullish until we show interest over like 65, 70. The overall trend is still down, but we have to respect that if this guy can't shift value from 20 to 30, that they're just not ready for it, right? Like you have to respect that. So you're either in a short from higher, or you're playing just this offer here from 20 to 30. Like that's
Axios now reports the
it.
Trump administration preparing for an Iran attack on the US Gulf bases. Again, Axios reporting the Trump administration preparing for an Iranian attack on US Gulf bases.
How'd we come up with the the levels?
So Axios there citing US officials on the potential Iran attack in the Gulf.
Let me try to show this. Oil back to our 30-second opening range high, our low here, sorry, at 74s, off of a hold of our value edge, rotation up. NQ holding our 20 to 30 offer, back down to 10. Again, first risk off. We would love to see this sweep through, show a little of acceleration down to 870. But we are not showing it yet. We are holding where we need to. That's good. I'll go over my levels after this trade, Julian. As we are sweeping down here, move stops down more aggressively. This trade is free. You should be pretty happy with it. This is ES target. This is our 30-second opening range high at 26. So if you were able to be patient with me and just let that trade play, that is target. Secondary target is into 17 to 20. Are people in this or no? I'm really trying to give you exactly what's going on. Okay. Yeah, I've taken off half here into 90. I would like to see another 20 points, at least. But we have to respect this. Nice job, Brock. Where are you in from, Komodo? I mean, you basically have to leave it break even, bud. Sorry. This is target, right? Again, this is our PVZ value here at 85. If we push down, I'm looking for 70s. Sell side getting a little absorbed here at 890. Just watching. There's not a lot down here that we can play off of. If we go back to where we are, this is the idea, remember. We are looking for 870. This is our IB low. So it makes sense to find buyers here at our IB low. And then from here, we figure out what we're going to do. So take off a little risk into 870. And then let's see. Oh, I keep drawing lines without meaning to. And if we can show interest below 870, we should be able to head to 800. There's nothing here. So, like, if we get below, right, we would just go back down to our 800, 770. So leave a runner. Do you see how we played off this 34-38 and we could just figure this out with the upper auction and the lower auction on ES? See that shift of value?
So according to sources, war risk shipping insurance rates for voyages to the Middle East Gulf jumped to spot 5% from spot 2 to spot 3% a week ago following the US strikes on Iran. Just insurance rates increases as expected in this scenario.
Alrighty. See what we can do here. This is secondary target on ES into 17 to 20. If we show interest below 17 and then offer it, there might be a secondary trade here. But until then, right, like this is our ORL. So we'll watch to see if we get something like this. But you have to respect that this is where the bid is most likely going to be found.
So according to Western diplomats saying there has been a credible Iranian threat against the US-run Al Udeid airbase in Qatar since noon today. But again, this is now according to Western diplomats being cited by the wires. Confirmation now that there has been a credible Iranian threat against the US-run airbase in Qatar. Wall Street Journal reports Iran moves launches for possible attacks on US forces. Again, Wall Street Journal reporting that Iran moves launches for possible attacks on US forces.
Alright, now let's see what we can do here. Feels a little bad playing off of like war news. Not gonna lie, feel a little dirty. $50 seconds till new 15s. We are at our 15-minute VWAP here at 870. We have done the reversion trade. Now it is a matter of, can sell side show interest here at 60 to 70? If so, we continue down. This offer here is going to be incredibly important. I expect that we retrace, we re-offer 70s on open of new 15. You can see that's where POC is sitting on footprint on this current candle. So we should expect that that needs to be retested unless we're going to get some crazy sweep here, which is possible, right? But just keep that in mind. That 70 on new 15 is pretty likely for reoffer. New 15s have opened. Okay, what is happening? Phone started lagging like crazy. It is about time that I get a new phone, I think. We're getting there. All right, incredibly important to see if we're going to get a secondary move down here. iPhone gang? Hell no. Really nice reoffer. Reversion target is down into 820. Target for ES, if we can hold 17 to 21, is 06, 07. There's just really not much here. This is just the bottom of our lower auction. Again, like if we look at our targeting, how we have this set, this is just this 010 to 03, whatever you want to call it, 07, like this is just our lower target. There's not much here until we rotate further down.
So ever since the closing of Qatari airspace and the idea of Iranian attacks on US air bases in the region, we've been seeing US stock indexes just paring their gains down. Now we're in the
Smooth
red.
stops
S&P
down.
down 0.2%.
Lot of trade
WTI
play.
oil up around 0.13%, just paring back and pulling back from those losses. So we just traced back that Wall Street Journal piece as Iran moves launches for possible attacks on US forces back to its source here. And so reading from the original piece, it's from a reporter on X. They say Iran is moving missile launches into place for a potential attack on US forces in the Middle East in response to the surprise American strike on their nuclear facilities, according to US officials. Not really anything new from the original post.
And here's our target. Taking one more off here. And let the trade play. That's that. ES coming down into target now. This is your 010. If we see moving missiles into place, why don't we take them out before they fire? That's a great question. That is a great question. It's almost like they want a war.
Axios reporter on X now citing an Israeli official saying Iran is preparing to fire missiles at American bases in the coming minutes.
Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen, guys. Like, this is just selling with this news. We thought this was gonna happen, so just stay in the trade if you have the ability. It's gonna be very hard for me to call out new trades while we're getting bombed. You know what I mean? Like, just stay in the short. This is target, so that's that.
Treasury 5-year yields falling 10 basis points on the day to around 3.86%.
Your lower target here is going to be this ADR. You've got settlement at what, like 79, it looks like? Or the previous contract. So that's probably where we're headed if this is going to continue to sell. Just to keep that in mind, this is settlement. Settle. See how this plays.
So explosions heard over the capital of Qatar. So again, multiple sources on X here saying explosions heard in Qatar, explosions heard over Qatar capital Doha, heavy aerial activity over Baghdad as well. S&P 500 extending declines here down around 0.5%.
Going to be very volatile. Again, I'm probably not giving any new trades until this settles down. We're already short, right? No reason to
So Axios
do
reporter
anything.
on X says Israeli officials tell me that Iran launched 6 missiles towards the US bases in Qatar. Again, Axios reporter on X, Iran launched 6 missiles toward US bases in Qatar.
Good morning, Fred.
WTI oil actually seeing some weakness now off the back of that. WTI down around spot 3%.
Why is oil selling off that? The oil is a scam market, man.
Yes, it is.
Ooh.
Yes, it is. It would do stuff like that when I was trading it a lot during the Russia invasion. And just like random stuff. There is a lot of like I think I have to look. I'm gonna look before I say something. Oh, it's just the speculative positions. I thought there is something going on. Inventories this Wednesday. Over Qatar.
Well, we took out our low. Now we just a wait and see what happens kind of thing.
So WTI down around 0.8%. According to a witness, again, further explosions now heard over Doha. That's Qatar.
So buyer attempting at 780, 790 on NQ. If we push below 80s, I think we get another leg down. If this 80 to 90 holds, probably rotate up to 850, 860. That's my guess right now. Again, there's a buyer at 780, 790. You can see them. Just waiting now. There's not much here until that 50 to 60 above. It's just gonna be choppy, volatile garbage.
This is ES made the full neutral pathing today from the newsletter. 50 to 6,000.
Source
What a
familiar
wick.
telling I-24 News that Iranian missiles were launched at American bases in Qatar and Iraq.
This ES into our 30-second opening range low here into 17. And us pushing up into our 860, 870 target. Just our value edge on NQ, where we thought we were going to head if that buyer was able to hold 80 to 90. See if our offer steps in here again. There's a seller here from 60 to 90, so this is where I expect sell side to be sitting on NQ. Won't really have anything until we see the reaction here, but we should expect our offer to be attempting to short this, basically. This is your risk. Oops. For another short attempt on this value edge. And that would give you a look for like a big old move down to here, I would assume. But if we recover this and get over 90s, then sell's done for short term, in my opinion.
Turkey Bureau Chief on X says Israeli officials said that Iran also launched missiles at the American air bases in Iraq. So again, just to repeat that, American bases in Iraq also potentially under fire from Iran.
So before you look for a short here, you want to see us get back below 60s. We want the look above, and then the look back below, and then the offer like this. Or again, like the bid is just going to rotate us up. This is just our 15-minute VWAP here into 890. We're waiting for a directional tell now that we've returned to our mean after that move below.
So WTI continuing to fall off here, down around 2.8%.
Watch to see if a bid can hold this 60 to 70. Again, if we can start to show interest below 60s and then offer, I think that we can see more downside. But if we recover our value edge here at 60 to 70, we can look up to like 920, 930.
So one missile was reported at a US base in Iraq. So again, Iran has launched attacks targeting Qatar and Iraq, as one missile was reported at a US base in Iraq.
This is what I'm watching for. Sell gets below, and then we play this as our risk. More bid holds here on this look above. And we're looking for a rotation up.
So US and Brent crude futures falling over $2 a barrel in volatile trading. Al Arabia correspondent says US forces in Iraqi bases have entered shelters. Air defense system activated at the US Ain al-Assad airbase in Iraq for fear of potential attack, according to military sources.
There's your bid and hold of our 60-70, rotation up into 910, 920, right? Nothing here. This is the trade. If you're looking for a scalp, until we can get over 30s, this is your first risk off.
Yes, has a big pocket of sellers here, and they're still showing on Dom 30. Surprised how relatively thin ES still is everywhere else.
So Tasnim now reporting Iran launches missile strikes at a US airbase in Qatar.
Fires absorbed into 900 so far. Need to see a step over this 890, 900 for more upside. Offer trying to look below 60. See what it can do. I'd like a retest of this before I get antsy and get in. We want to see this dip and then bid and then reoffer here, ideally, so that we can play those. Watch for a very clear reoffer here on our value edge on NQ. Same thing with the S. This is the look below. We want to see if this offer is going to step in here again. Just give it a minute.
So there are also alarms being sounded at the US Al Hirar Air Force Base in Iraq as well.
Trying small here. Half size at 60. I can go either way, so I'm not sure.
Fox News reporting that the UAE airspace is closed.
Mm.
Let's keep in mind that Trump due to be meeting with his national security team at the top of the hour, so we'll be looking out for a readout or a statement following this meeting.
Got to get below 60 here off of this. Basically, we're just looking to see if we're going to trap here or if we're recovering this edge. This is incredibly important to me. I want this lower high if we're going to go down, or this is where the bid is going to defend and hold on our value edge.
Senior White House official says the White House and the Department of Defense are aware of and are closely monitoring potential threats to the Al Udeid airbase in Qatar.
Again, we need from this point, this look below, and then we play this. If this is going to continue to hold, then there's just not a great short. We just trade back up to 910. We got to show size here.
Iran's Tasnim says missile operation called the Annunciation of Victory launched against US bases in Iraq and Qatar. So Iran's Tasnim confirming attacks against Iraq and Qatar. Iran launched 10 missiles towards US bases in Qatar, according to Axios. So again, Axios reporter citing an Israeli official on the number of missiles launched as Iran launched 10 missiles towards US bases in Qatar.
What are we attempting to do here?
Both like edges on ES here are so thin. Yeah, obviously with the wicks on the 15, but
Israeli military say that they completed a series of strikes on missiles and drone storage sites in Iran. So again, just another reminder, at the top of the hour, Trump due to be meeting with his national security team. Of course, we're not expecting media availability for this meeting. We're just going to wait for a potential readout or a statement following the meeting.
Offer attempting to shift down here at 50. Getting eaten up so far, but they are trying to push us down a bit. Don't have anything until like 790, 780 if we are able to hold here. Why I really want this short to work. This offer here needs to be really strong, or I kind of lose faith in this move. 50 to 70. It's just like not. They leave.
Yeah. In our primary kind of like volume pocket on ES on the way down, we just transacted like literally 20 contracts on the way up on both sides. Like, ES looks like NQ right now.
So according to some witness accounts on X here, 3 missiles fell directly on the US Al Udeid airbase in Qatar. Also, some early unverified reports indicating explosions at the Ain al-Assad airbase in Iraq as well. We're seeing some sources saying no Iranian ballistic missile impacts have been confirmed so far, despite some claims on X. Again, no Iranian ballistic missile impacts have been confirmed so far.
$40 till new 15s. I still have a short bias. I mean, we'll wait and see what happens, but it's a slow grind. But I'm still of the opinion that we haven't seen
So just
anything
keep in
yet
mind,
that
we're seeing
excites me
witness
for
reports that
upside.
sirens are still sounding at all US bases across the Middle East, including in Syria, Iraq, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, UAE, and Oman. So again, just sirens sounding at all US bases across the Middle East at the moment.
If you are attempting to play anything now, you need to be trading like 1/3 of your usual size, and you need to have a wider stop. It's going to be very volatile. New 15's opening now. If you are uncomfortable playing in a market like this, just wait for things to normalize a bit more. The overall trend is down though. We're at a major pivot here.
So just a reminder, about 10 minutes time, we're expected to hear from Fed Scoresby. Fed Scoresby speaking in a moderated Q&A at the Milwaukee Business Journal Mid-Year Outlook 2025, Wisconsin. Text is to be determined, but there is a Q&A.
POC of previous candle is at 850. See if our offer can hold here. Really, 50 to 70 is your risk right now.
Iranian State TV says a strong response to the US aggression has begun. And they also add that they will respond to any repeated US mischief.
Mischief. Like, what is that bid?
Also, Iran says powerful, devastating strike launched at Al Udeid base. That's Iran State TV citing IRGC statement on Qatar missile strike.
Flat POCs. Last two candles, 850. It's our level. Offer sitting here still, 70 to 90. Mixed market at 50. Figure it out, boys. Get me out of here. Oil pushing down. Allowing NQ and ES to push here. I don't understand the oil move. I really don't. But I'm just going to be playing it as our inverse. Instead of trying to subject my opinion on it. As long as oil is continuing to push down, we have upside.
Qatari Ministry of Defense says Qatari air defenses intercepted a missile targeting Al Udeid airbase. So seeing some further declines here on WTI crude oil. Iran's armed forces says US regional bases are a major weakness and thorn in the side of the US warmongering regime, not a strength.
US still has this pocket of resting sellers in 20 to 30 area. If you look at your delta by price, there's a big sell pocket there previously as well.
Brent crude futures falling over $3 in volatile trading. Also, Qatar says no incident, no casualties from missile attack.
Sorry, I'm not saying anything. I'm really just focused on Dom right now. Trying to find something that's actually worth.
Qatari Minister of Defense says that we confirm that the airspace and territory of Qatar are now safe and that the Qatari armed forces are always on alert.
What we know is that we have a buyer who's flipped 50 to 70, and we know that we have a seller at 929.30. That's the information that we can actually play off of right now. The issue is that everything in between is just no man's land.
Qatar says that they reserve the right to respond to this blatant attack.
Is that 50 to 70? What are they going to do here? 70 retest.
Qatar also says no casualties from attack on US military base. Iran's top security body says armed forces used the same number of bombs that the US had used in attacking Iran's nuclear facilities. And Iran's armed forces say they will not leave any attack on Iran's territory unanswered under any circumstances. Iran's top security body says US bases was far from urban facilities and residential areas in Qatar. Iran's armed forces says US regional bases, just a reiteration here, US regional bases are a major weakness and thorn in the side of the US warmongering regime. So they also say Iran's top security body tells Qatar this action does not pose any threat to our friendly and brotherly neighbor Qatar.
The take of those resting sellers, yes, 30 there.
There's really not much here. I mean, like this is our pivot. They absorb into 20 to 30. It's just a rotation back down again. We can flip this, then like we go up, and then we just trade our previous auction. They need to figure it out. 960 would be target if we can flip this.
Seeing here reports that US aircraft takes off from Saudi Arabia airbase.
Figure it out. 38 to 42 on ES is still my offer. Watch to see if we can find a bid here, 34, 32. If so, then we rotate back up there. But remember, that is our short that we took from earlier, the 38 to 42 on ES. Ready to see a bid here on NQ on the flip of this pivot.
Iran's just restating that attack on Al Udeid base poses no danger to Qatar.
I'm still flat, just waiting. We just did a full rotation of this auction, of our lower auction on NQ. So this is why I'm so curious what happens here. Same thing on ES, right? It's like a full rotation. We got our higher low from the look below, and then bid, and now rotation back up. So this 34 to 42, if we can flip it, should result in a rotation higher. But like, we have to respect that this is just a rotation of this. So I don't know what's going to happen. What I'm waiting for is like, so we got our look below, right? Now we've gotten our look above, and now bid, and now rotation up. So if this is balance, if sell side's still sitting here, then we're looking for another rotation through this range, right? But if we can show interest above, then I play off of this as our risk, and then we play this rotation up. So same thing on NQ, right? Like the look below, rebid, rotation up, and then flagging, and now we're at this pivot. And we get through this 40 to 60. That is the key from our previous trade where we shorted this down. Now it's just back to our original short locations on both. So it's like, can we get into our upper auctions again? Or is this just retesting our upper auction breakdown? And there's been no real change here. New 15's opening now.
Surely expecting Fed reverse repo operation. Ed Scoresby says it's critical to look at soft economic data at current moment of transition. $34 counterparties take 165 spot $319 billion at Fed reverse repo operation.
Their pocket of sellers on ES at Globex high.
Fed Scoresby says tariffs are not unlike oil shocks with stagflationary implications. Scoresby says current form of uncertainty is disconcerting for the economy. New York Times reported that Iran coordinated the attacks on the American airbase in Qatar with Qatar officials and gave advance notice that attacks were coming to minimize casualties.
Does it take a sellers here? ES Globex high. Bid is backfilling. Attempting to at least.
Scoresby says thus far, impact of tariffs are not as bad as feared. Fed Scoresby says tariff impact blunted by lowered levels and exemptions. And Scoresby says less immediate pass through of tariffs relative to the past. Scoresby says that I am seeing some burdening sharing tariff response. Scoresby says it's unclear right now how tariffs will drive inflation.
You need to show interest over 70, man. So important. This flip is huge if we can do it.
Goolsby says the surprise so far is that inflation has jumped yet. Excuse me. The surprise so far is that inflation hasn't jumped yet on tariffs.
Again, remember this
Adding
is
there hasn't been much inflation in the last 3 months.
This is our flip into our upper auction. The short was the push below 40s on NQ for the original play from a hold of our 70 and then rotation below. Same thing on ES. If 42s can go supportive here, we should be able to rotate up. We're just watching now to see our reaction on retests. Same thing on NQ. We know that this seller was here from 85.90 on last attempt. We're watching to see as we push into this if we can then retest our edge low into like 50 to 60. If we can do that, then we should be able to rotate our upper auction. Same thing on ES, like if this 38.42 can hold as supportive, should be able to rotate up. If we trap up here and then look below though, we have no change. Like we'll be looking for a rotation through our lower auctions.
Goolsby says if tariff dirt in air clears, we should proceed with a cut.
This is what I'm saying.
Yes, looking back in to our daily POC. This upper node came right through that edge. I thought we would have a little bit more resistance at the 45 area, but slice through. You have liquidity sitting on 50. Just the NQ through. There's your take.
This is where we absorbed last attempt on NQ. We should be able to push through this. Oil still falling.
Against reports here about the details then of the attack. So, contra reporter on X, they say it appears that tonight's attack by Iran only targeted Al Udeid air base in Qatar, with all other reports of attacks in Bahrain, Iraq, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia either the result of attacks from Iranian-backed militia groups or they're entirely false. The sirens in Bahrain and Kuwait appear to have just been precautionary. Fitz Goolsby says that I'm very worried about stagflation outlook without knowing if it will happen.
Very high on NQ. Says RTY into value high. Primary node edge winner for upper auction. Yes, value high.
Gorsby says, I don't see stagflation like in the 1970s.
Good bid on rotation over. We're sell side absorb blast. See if we can keep going here. This is ES into next target into 57, 60, whatever you want to call it. Need to show interest above. This is our upper auction target here on NQ and
Gorsby
ES for
adds
me.
that there's no clear policy responses to
60s
stagflation
on
environment.
NQ should be your first risk off. And if we can flip this, then we have another target at 132 for me. 90s and then 132. But we need to show interest above. Same thing on ES. This like 58, 60 area.
Just keep an
is
eye
your
on
first
US
risk off.
stocks.
Above
S&P
this, we look for
500
70.
up about 0.6%. NASDAQ up about 0.7%, and Dow up about 0.5%. Gorsby says that I see risk that both Fed mandates worsen at the same time.
The upper and lower auctions are, it's not a 1 day distribution. We're looking at the distributions from 617 and 618 to form that idea. Alejandro. So we had a lower distribution form overnight from from like Friday between
The reporter
like
on
08
X for
and
Energy Intel
42.
says despite the escalating hits, there's been no loss of oil supply.
And then we had an upper auction from 617, 618, where we traded from 42 to 80 on ES. I can show that real quick. You see what I mean? So like we have this pivot here, where this becomes our upper auction, where we traded in between these two. Does this make more sense now, if you look at it like that? And then this is our lower auction. Mm-hmm.
Goolsby says that he notes budgets being squeezed at government statistical agencies. Adding the government data could get noisier on budget cutbacks. According to Sky News, saying US bases in Syria are on high alert.
Another take on ES with some resting sell side liquidity. Next pocket 70. Right up into Friday high.
Yeah, no problem, Rock. Question mark is funny. I'm hoping it's helping today. It seems like it is, but I'm doing like two windows, one with like an overview so you can see like the overall auctions with less noise, and then we're switching to like our actual scalping setup. And I'm just flip-flopping back between these so you have like an overarching idea, and then you have like your actual levels to get to set areas. Hoping that that's helping. The yellow zones. Oh, I mean, well, it's because I went over them like 3 times right before you got on, Julian. Sorry, it was a little hectic. The yellow zones are just from man, you just need to get in the Discord. Posted like 19 different footprints for this area. So this is what we were watching. This is what the footprint looked like at the time.
So this is just keeping on the NASDAQ 100, extending gains to 1%. So again, we did have comments from Fed Goolsby, said earlier on that if the tariff dirt in the air clears, we should proceed with the cut. Didn't give an exact timing though, but that's the only comment that we have.
So these were our two main zones here, where we were watching.
Also, Axios reporter on X saying Trump administration was aware of an advance of Iran's attack on Al Udeid airbase.
We were trading in this balance, right? And we were calling this our upper auction on NQ between 5060 and this 2000 to 020 as our high, where we were seeing sellers absorb here, and we were just rotating in between. For the downside look into our lower auction on NQ, we needed to see basically sellers continue to absorb here into this 2000 and step price down. So what we were looking for was this guy to get absorbed here into this 6570. Then we were looking for the offer to then shift down below 40, and we expected acceleration as soon as we were able to actually push below 40s. As soon as we saw that acceptance, we were looking for then a rotation of our lower auction here based off of how these deltas were setting up.
So it reports that Iran told Qatar that Iran was going to fire missiles to Doha, and then Qataris told Americans that missiles were coming. Just to report what we're seeing here on X.
So when I see deltas like this into high, the blue ones, into our wick high with a seller above, I'm looking at this as absorption. So basically buyers who pushed over the spread, and passive
also,
sellers were able
Al
to
Jazeera says our forces are taking preemptive defensive measures in anticipation of any Iranian attack on our bases in the region.
Right, so basically it's like a look above and fail, and then we're watching for sellers to then load the boat below for that offer, and then acceleration down, trapping these traders that were here. That was our main yellow levels, and then we had this 930 level here based off of this buyer, which was the thing that led us to the upside here. So that was our first target, and what we were looking for was basically them to react here and shift value below this upper auction and shift value down. And we were expecting that reaction here at this 30 to 40, where we saw a sweep through. That was the idea. And so we had this setup where we identified this as our upper auction based off of this volume profile here, as well as just our footprint chart, right? And then we had this lower auction here, which we identified as where this flip occurred, right? So if we could get over this this 60 to 70 again, we knew that we could rotate this upper auction, right? Because then it's just a recovery of this low, and then it's just a bid and rotation back up to these sellers here. But if we rotate below our 40 here, we expected this rotation back down into our auction low, because this is just what people were willing to trade before, right? We have a very clear split.
So senior regional source says Iran informed the US via 2 diplomatic channels at hours ahead of attacks on Qatar, and Tehran also informed Doha.
And
so again, Iran informed US via 2 diplomatic channels ahead of attacks on Qatar. Tehran also informed Doha, again according to senior regional source here.
It's the same thing for ES. So when we have very clear profile setups on both NQ and ES that are showing basically the same thing, it interests me a lot because we have a very key pivot that we can play around. And for this case on ES, it was this 34 to 42, where we had this very clear break of this auction. And we expected if we can hold above this, that we can look up. So then we're just trading this previous distribution, right? But if we look below, we should be looking for this rotation down. So that was the idea there. Just based off of these two very clear balances that we've traded in. Does that make sense? Are you good? So like this new yellow box I just made is from the value low to POC of this current candle. We can actually
So according
secondary
to
here for the
two
most
White House
bullish
officials
at
who
60.
spoke with CNN, Trump is monitoring potential Iranian retaliation against multiple US bases in the region, in addition to Qatar, including Bahrain and Iraq, and possibly more locations. Again, that's according to two White House officials who spoke to CNN.
So I'm just basically marking the value high, the POC, and the value low of this candle. And ideally, right, we're going to see the bid now hold here and rotate us up. But if we start to see the opposite, where this goes offer, it's because I'm now looking at this as a value low to POC hold play for a rotation down. Right, just playing off of this previous candle. So we have to consider that buy side is in control because we're holding that value high here and we're bidding. So I'm going to be looking for that bid to maintain here on this edge for rotations up. And until we see that shift very clearly below this value low to POC and hold, there's not a very good shorting opportunity for me. Because we see that sell side was absorbed here last attempt. And so they're a bit offsides here. So until I see that offer step down again, I need to expect that any dip is going to be
So Brent
bought,
crude futures
and then we
falling over
rotate off of
$4 as Iran's retaliation focuses on regional US military bases.
And again, as long as oil is falling, like we have room on NQ and ES. It's getting a little low up here. We're definitely see sell side trying, but like the bid is very active and just willing to step up over and over again. So until we see a shift of this and a break of our current structure, like there's not really a great opportunity to try to be like, oh, this is the top. Like there's definitely selling up here, and like this buyer is currently being absorbed into 70 to 80 right now. But like you have to consider it a pullback until we see a shift below our last buyer, right? Like it's just a pullback because we're trending up. So it's like,
Fitz
yes, we
Goolsby
see
says
sell side
AI
here,
boom might pose risk to growth in short run.
but like all I'm saying is like this is like, okay, well then it's just a rotation back to where this buyer was last, and then we look to see if we can attempt it again, right? Like yeah, we know that there's liquidity here, but we're in an uptrend. But like we know that this guy just got taken in. And it's going to be like very difficult to get through this 70 to 80 on ES. Like there's not a ton here until we see interest above. That should be pretty clear. Like this is again where we've met a enormous amount of selling over and over again.
According to Al Samira's TV citing Transport Ministry, Iraq closes airspace.
Right. So like until we can show interest above, like that we gotta show that we have an intent to break these highs, which have been just our highs for since the 17th.
So oil falling 6% after Iran missile strikes on Qatar intercepted. Two US officials say no US casualties reported after Iran attack on Al Udeid airbase with short and medium range missiles.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's going to be a bit tough because I think there's a lot of potential for us to look down and then recover this as supportive if we do. But yeah, as of right now, we are bidding where we need to be. Sell side is going to want to hold this 60, basically shift value a bit down here. Right, so we're basically looking to see if the offer can now move here. This is what they want to do. We want to see if the offer can step down here on any looks into 60. If they can, then we can look for one more leg down.
Fed Scoresby says that I'm a neutral on crypto, mostly focused on financial stability.
The issue with this area is that we have a decent amount of buyers who are willing to take in sellers between 20 and 40, right? So as we approach into this area, this pocket, it's like, are these guys going to be present here again to then rotate us back up off of this on any dip? That's my biggest concern right now for shorts. Is like, this is just a potential trap on any look below.
Saudi Arabia says Iran attack on Qatar cannot be justified.
So this is value low of this upside candle, and we know that we have a stacked imbalance here from a sweep that took us up. So like, this needs to kind of be respected as potential buy side liquidity as we step down here.
Also, report on X says, as per our latest images, traffic in Hormuz is unaffected. Also, US military official says no Iranian attack recorded at any US base other than Qatar. EU and Canada agreed to ensure secure sourcing of critical minerals, and they signed security pact to deepen partnership on defense.
New 15s, 15 seconds. 60 offer still holding. They're still attempting to lower this.
Fed Scoresby says if we get through this period, the outlook is pretty strong. Also reports that no interruption to Qatari energy shipments or production after attack on Udeid Air Base, according to a source with direct knowledge of the matter. Fed announces its supervisors will no longer consider reputational risk when examining banks.
So we have kind of these sideways auctions on indices. You are seeing volatility here, specifically UVXY. Make a slight higher high, higher low. It's the inside for 15-minute candles on ESNQ. Microsoft's still very strong.
So just like we talked about, this is not a great shorting opportunity because we know that there is buy side liquidity here. And all we've done is rotate back up. We've flipped over that offer at 60 and are now just back into this absorption here at 80 to 90. We need buy side to push above this 90 for more. If we see that though, we should be able to get a bit of excitement from buyers to step back in. Until then, treat this as where your risk off has to be. Like we know sell sides here and willing to take in. So until we can push through, there's not a lot. Probably waiting for another oil dip would be my guess. Now that oil's kind of found a short-term low. We're basically just the way that we have this set up is like this is now we're creating a new node here.
To keep in mind, EC President von der Leyen, as well as Canada's PM Carney, currently speak in Brussels.
And what we know about this area is that we have buy side liquidity below this value low, and we know that we have sell side liquidity above this value high, right? If we're considering this a balance as we build out this node. So we need to see what happens into these edges before we decide on an actual move, or it's just going to continue to rotate here because we know that there's supply above, we know that there's demand below, right? So until we see someone trapped off sides and we see a very clear interaction outside of this area, it's just like you get the either sit on hands or scalp the rotations, right? Or you're just long from earlier. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. You need to see offer step below 70 again. like the 60. Like right now, you're just basically looking at your value high holding. Right, we looked a little bit below, but like the bid is still present there. So short idea, I feel like kind of has to be void until if we get over 90s from this hold. But if we make a lower high here, then 50s is a great target. Right, basically right now it's just like a battle to see if this offer that was attempting here to shift value down is now a bid, right? Or if we step down and then re-offer this and then get that look below, then we do a bid up like that.
So Trump on Truth Social just saying the sites that we hit in Iran were totally destroyed and everyone knows it.
What? What? Everyone knows it except for US intelligence, who said that they don't know. There is literally no way that we can prove that sites have been absolutely destroyed without boots on the ground. So let's hope like Mossad has an agent that's on the team that's gonna go check on the site, you know? Like that's the only way.
So EC President von der Leyen says the EU
Me
and
to
Canada
go
agree to
first.
maximize
Holy.
pressure on Russia. I've got a live video of where they're speaking on the feed for those interested.
Big apple test here. Value high, almost high of day.
So confirmation now from 2 US officials that there were no US casualties reported after the Iran attack at the Al Udeid airbase with short and medium range missiles.
Thank God.
US Energy Secretary says, I feel quite good about oil output.
Let us hope that it's just a save face attack and that's the end of it. Just like last time. That would be the best outcome.
So again, keep in mind, US Energy Secretary Wright currently speaking on CNBC.
40 seconds till new 15s. New 15 opening below POC of previous candle.
EC President von der Leyen says Canada may take part in the AI Factory initiative.
Offer should be looking to take this down from 70 to 80 for a rotation to 50 here. It is incredibly important that we show interest over 80. 70 is where your
Qatar's
primary offer
Interior
should be
Minister
sitting
on
if sell
X
side's
says
serious.
security conditions are stable in the country.
If we can get over 80, it's a pretty good sign that we'll continue to hold here from a buying perspective. Right, we're basically just looking at the value high here at 80 and this POC here at 70 as our offer. We're watching to see if sell side maintains this for a rotation back down to 50.
According to CNN, Trump doesn't want more military engagement in the Middle East.
Did you ever see the big black stones weight 10 to 20 to 30 tons each? They became black over hundreds of years from hot temperatures.
So CNN there are citing a senior White House official on Trump's thinking, again saying Trump doesn't want more military engagement in the Middle East.
What's that? No, I don't know what you're talking about. What's that referring to? So offer was able to hold. I don't really see anything here until this dip into 50.
US House Speaker Johnson said it is not an appropriate time for Congress to consider a war powers resolution.
Get us out of here. Oil testing these wick lows.
So according to a US official telling the wires, no Iranian missiles appear to have hit US air bases in Qatar.
Yeah, we've got a buyer that's here at this 56 to 50. Really 56 to 46, but as long as like we're seeing this interaction here, it's not bad. We just need to get over 80, 90. Just two-sided trading in this little balance. Here, I'll show this on footprint because I think it's good.
So keep in mind, in 10 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, we're expecting comments from Feds Williams and Kugler, who host a Fed Listens event at the SUNY Community College. No text expected and no Q&A either.
So this is that absorption that we were able to spot very early on. That's what we're just continuing
So
to
at
take
this
into
Fed
this.
Listens event, Kugler due to be giving welcoming remarks. Again, a text is expected for Kugler, no Q&A though, no live stream available either.
And this is why we can, like, with some conviction, just be like, this is your risk off and your top of balance until we show interest over that 90. Right, because we're just seeing that absorption occur over and over again. But what we're seeing is, like, we have these guys who are a bit offsides here into this low. And so you just have this new balance that's being created with the demand that's down here and the supply that's up here. And until we meet an extreme or trap someone on either side, right? Like, you're just going to continue to trade this over and over again. But what we're seeing is, like, we got through the supply here at our previous absorption that took place here into 10 to 20, 10 to 30, really. We were able to bid and rotate over that. And now we have this buyer who's continuing to try here at R50. So, like, that's a pretty good level in the sand to look for a dip bid if buyers are still going to attempt to raise or shift value up. But, like, we still have this offer that's just sitting up into 80-90, right? So, like, there's not a lot of movement right now until we see that extreme look on either edge, trap someone, and then we can rotate out and bid above or offer below. The good news for this is that oil is just on a straight decline as we are just kind of balancing up here and creating up this new distribution, which is, it could be really good for us for the overall long look continuation. But it makes for scalping kind of a snoozer right now. That is a classic straight post, if I've ever seen one. Holy.
Solar. Funny words, Magic Man.
Wait, I found this really great. I'll reply to straight with this one. Found this on Twitter over the weekend.
Oh, God.
That's a banger.
It's something.
What's up, Canadian? That's the goal. That is the goal, but we've got to be really careful because we know that this is our higher time from resistance here, right? Into 70 to 80. Like, that's pretty clear. We haven't been able
So in
to
5 minutes
break
time now,
above
at
this.
the bottom of the hour, Feds Williams and Feds Kugler are both due to be hosting a Fed Listens event, with Kugler giving welcoming remarks. For Fed Kugler, a text is expected. No Q&A is available. No live stream either.
Right. So it's a bit tough because it's the top of our upper auction, and we've shown no interest over the 70. On the 18th, on the 20th, really on the 17th either. So we have basically 3 days of supply up here that's just kind of willing to take. So yeah, I'd love to see 80, and I'd love to see us go higher than that. But you kind of have to respect that we're just balanced here in this upper auction at the highs. So yeah, I would love to see it, but I don't know how long it's going to take, you know?
So according to a Gulf official, the attack on the airbase in Qatar will impact the relationship building efforts between Gulf states and Iran.
Two and a half minutes here. New half hours.
According to Politico, Senator Johnson to meet Trump at the White House today.
Julian says hello, Mario.
Hello.
All right, let's see what we do here. Back to our pivot. Oh boy. If offer's serious, it will hold this 60 to 70. Just like last attempt. Waiting to see what happens. Some flat still.
So this meeting between Senator Johnson and Trump at the White House today is on the Big Beautiful Bill. So Ron John, when asked on the town hall if the Big Beautiful Bill passes by July 4th, says, "I highly doubt it." One minute now till we get the text release from Fed Kugler at this Fed Listens event.
News in 50 seconds, as well as the open of our new 30s and 15-minute candles. We're watching to see if offer holds here at 60 to 70 on open of new candle. Offer attempting to step down there from our 70 to 80. We're now watching to see if 60 holds. 30 seconds.
According to a senior Iranian official, Iran will continue its retaliation in response to US attacks.
Fed's Kugler does not comment on economic or monetary policy outlook in welcoming remarks to Fed event in Albany, New York.
Offer really attempting to stay here at 50. What are we gonna do here, guys? Make a decision. I'm watching this value low to POC, previous candle here, as our offer.
NYMEX gasoline July futures settle at around $2.21 a gallon. Diesel July futures settle at around $2.36 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude August futures settle at $68.51 a barrel, down $5.33 or 7.22%. Also, natural gas July futures settle at around $3.69. Saying a senior Iranian official says Iran has the necessary rationality to begin diplomacy after punishing the aggressor. So again, senior Iranian official says Iran has the necessary rationality to begin diplomacy after punishing the aggressor.
Okay.
They say if they seek negotiations, Israeli and US attacks must stop. So again, if they seek negotiations, Israeli and US attacks must stop.
Offer holding so far. We want to see if sell side's going to take this down. We want to see them hold this sweep that we put in, right? And then look below, and then we watch to see what happens into this. If bid is able to hold here, we can go up, I think. So really just keeping our eye on this. This is just a footprint-based trade. We've got this imbalance here and POC of last candle. We're watching to see if that continues to maintain offer. We need oil to pop here if this is going to work. I was absorbed pretty handedly there. We just need the offer to step down now, or it doesn't really mean much, because if we get back over 65s, this just rotates fully up. It's in their court.
According to a statement, Oman Air temporarily suspends flights to and from Manama and Dubai, Kuwait.
Yeah, that's kind of my opinion right now, is that you've got a seller who's attempting here. Stops probably at like 65. And they're looking for this fill back down to value at like 2000 to like 15, basically just into this value edge. But if this bid continues to maintain here where we've absorbed over and over again, and we push through this offer who's now attempting at the middle of our range, and we see a secondary buyer step over 65s, that'll probably give us what we need. Oh, the whole idea is like we're just trying to trap on either side, right?
Ease von der Leyen, when asked about US tariff discussions, says sovereign decision making of the EU is untouchable.
So right now you've got this offer who's getting a bit more aggressive here, who's attempting to basically short the mid, right? Because they have supply up into the highs. And they're
According
now
to Fox
stepping
News,
down.
US military is involved in intercepting Iranian missiles.
So if they fail to step down here,
US military involved in intercepting Iranian missiles, as Fox News reporter citing senior US officials on interception.
that gives fuel. That's my guess. So we're just watching this pivot. Who's going to get trapped here? 15 points of risk basically right now. I'm like free indicators, volume profile, it's like your go-to. I'd put, I think, a volume profile and a footprint are like your two best free indicators that you can get.
You can do everything with a volume profile.
Yeah.
Everything else is just gravy.
Yeah, that's all you really need. Everything else is lagging. I'm a big fan of R indicators, but it's a subscription, so nothing really there. But all of our indicators are based off of like volume profile concepts. Yeah, I mean, most of them are going to be either reprinting or lagging. It's the big problem with indicators. Any indicator that's trying to give you like a full solution in one is, I think, a little snake oil. A bit of a snake oil scheme, personally. But I mean, maybe I just maybe someone's cracked it, you know? Surely.
Surely. Yeah. Surely.
It's a great first PT if you're playing off of 50 to 65 into our 37 here. We really need to see this offer slap this thing down. And then again, like targets would be 20.
According to CNN,
to,
Witkoff has been in touch
2000.
with Iranians since US strikes.
Algo Pro indicator? I don't know anything about that. The Bambi one, Julian, like we had the conversation, but like it's
CNN
okay.
reporter posts on X about Witkoff citing sources familiar.
But the problem with these things is like they're just giving setups, right? Like there's no intuition, there's no broader context. It's all just like price action stuff, and there's no order flow. So you have like, it depends. It really depends, right? Like it's going to give you setups, and like if the risk to reward is there, like you're going to make money over time, right? Like it's never going to be 100% accurate. Nothing is. But like you still need, with all of these things, like you need context to know if it's like a worthwhile setup or not. My opinion always is going to be like, you can use indicators as a secondary tool, right, to help give
Like-
you like context, right?
It'll like weed out a lot of noise, I feel like, but
Yeah.
you still need to understand the signal, right? Like I think that's what you're kind of getting at, where like our indicators, all it does is make it so I can look at a chart and like it saves 80% of the thinking that I would have done regardless, but I'm always gonna have to do that last 20% of decision making, and nothing's ever gonna replace that.
You
Unless you're have a machine doing it for you, but then you're taking the entire human aspect out of it
Yeah.
anyways.
Like there's a big difference between like a trading view indicator and like an algorithm. Like those are something that's like high frequency trading and basing it off of information that's completely taking you out of the picture, and then just like trading and taking setups that over a longer period of time has a profitable win rate. Like that's different than like a human trading based off an indicator who has to judge setups. I don't know. Like all of what we create are tools, right? Like everything that we create because we want it personally. Like so, like all of our indicators are made to make our lives easier. So it's like, oh, okay, this is showing us all of our levels that we would be marking manually. Oh, this is showing us areas that we were already like considering. Like it draws out and does the legwork for us, right? But like we still have to know the setups that that are made from those ideas, right? Like until we can make something that like trades off of that and has a positive expectancy. I don't know. But like RSI, MACD, all of that stuff is it's just noise. In my opinion, I don't know. And like, can you make money off of them? Probably. Right? Like the whole idea is like those indicators have value because lots of people are using them. So there's going to be money coming into the market and out of our market based off of those areas. And so you can trade around that kind of information because other people are trading around that information. Is that edge? I don't know. It's up to you to kind of decide if that's considered edge because other people are using it. Or if it's a fade, you know, like I don't know. Personally, it's like if I can just understand like how markets work and function and understand that like the only way we get movement is if someone is pushing over the spread, right? And if I can like find those people who are either pushing the spread or trapped above or below the spread, right? And then we can play off of them. Like to me, that's such a better thing to spend your time learning than anything else, because that's like what actually moves markets. So if we can just like learn where value is being found based off of a volume profile and a footprint chart, like you're going to get much better trades and much better signals based off of that information because it's real time rather than something that's lagging looking at previous data. That's the only thing that indicators have, right? They only have the historical to the left. So if your indicator isn't designed to look for that value, then you're kind of getting lagging signals.
Just seeing reports here on X that Iran's Parliament's National Security Commission approves the bill on suspension of the cooperation with the IEA. Excuse me, with the IAEA.
Institutions probably fade those, right? Yeah. It's the same thing with like patterns, stuff like that, right? If you have a lot of traders who are looking for a specific setup and trying to force it because of like what price action looks like, you're going to have people that inevitably fade those setups, specifically looking to trap retail, right? Because again, the only way that price moves is if someone is trapped on the other side, and then they have to close positions, allowing for liquidity to come back in and then push market in the opposite direction. So like a lot of like the wedges and everything else, right? Like they work every once in a while. I'm not saying like price action is bad altogether, but like there are definitely people and institutions that are fading retail signals. That is for sure. But you can get around it by just like looking at order flow. Like we can see exactly where absorption is happening. We can see exactly where like the offer is attempting to shift. We can see where people are transacting. I mean, it depends where that magic line is, Jason, you know? Shift this over because it's taking an hour to play out. I'm out one of my shorts here. Just looking for the secondary move if we're going to get it. The idea here is that, just to reiterate, we have demand here, where we swept through price and pushed up. We are now below the value edge here at 38. We are looking to see if buyers are going to eat up sellers here and get us back above and rotate us up off this, or if this offer is actually going to hold, right? This basically like 40 to 50, and the offer is going to be able to shift and then rotate down. That's what we're watching for now. We've taken off half our risk from our offer here, from our POC to value high here at 65. So this is the short, right, we're in right now. We're watching to see if we trap sellers into this low as we rotate down. CL flat still. ES coming into our value edge. So far, offer holding at our edge at 38. Good sign. Got a bit more room. We really would love to see oil break out and not just find resistance here into 80 again. 68, 80. If it does, it's just oscillating. This 20 is a great secondary risk off for shorts. Really don't know if we're going to get too much more down here. Like, to me, this just feels like where buyers absorb as we rotate down into this. If we push below this, this 020 to 2000 flat, then we have room, right? But until then, like, this is just where the bid was last. I think below, if this goes offer, we just like revert back to our 15-minute VWAP. That's my guess. Until then, like, this is where I expect bid to be resting here. Watching
US
oil
House
here.
Speaker says this is not the time to consider Trump's war powers.
Probably not.
So Johnson says, I don't think this is an appropriate time for a war powers resolution. I don't think it's necessary.
Later, Shadow.
Goodbye, friend.
Brent crude futures settle at $71.48 a barrel, down $5.53 or 7.18%. So Al Arabiya is saying that Britain says additional fighter jets have arrived in the Middle East.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't know if there's much more here. 20s feels like a local low. 50 seconds till new 15s. New 15s opening now.
So it's also add that the British Minister of State Army, being cited by Al Arabiya, says we do not rule out sending in more military capabilities if required.
This is our pivot. See what happens here. Oil rejected our high, 68.80. Yes, held our PVZ low, 56. Yes, held our sorry, NQ held our 20. Now just watching to see if we can get back over 50s here or if the offer shifts. So far, POC is below us, and we are showing interest at the value high of previous candle here. So to me, that looks like we're done. See what we can do here. Following pathing right now.
Nice little ES rotation there.
This is your first risk off into offer here at 65s, and then leave a runner for full rotation back up.
Just keeping an eye on the S&P 500, just seeing a little bit of movement towards the upside. No headline as of yet to back up the extra move that we see towards the upside. We'll keep you informed as soon as we can.
All right, there it is. That's your pathing from our 20s, and then the bid and squeeze over 50, and that's right into target here. See if we can get a secondary move. This is 70 on ES as well. 70 to 80 is that big ol' offer. See what we can do here.
So according to a Punchbowl report here, they say latest on reconciliation timing. Thune says hopefully first vote Thursday, and says he's moving full speed ahead on the package.
I think we can see a dip to 37.47 again and give you a re-entry. That's my guess. So we just traded to our previous offer here. We've entered back into this balance, right? Which is what we thought was going to happen. We went to target. Now it's about finding a secondary buyer to show interest back in the base of this balance. So if we see an active bid step in here and hold, we should be looking then for a takeout of this high. Let's see what we can do. Want to see buyers show interest at a higher low. Excuse me. I can delete this now. Let's see what we do here on retest into this 50 to 40, basically. You'll be all right. I think there'll be a secondary entry if this is going to work. Right, because now it's just a balance trade on re-entry back in. There should be two entries if this is going to bid. There's either attempting this edge here, or they'll look above and then we play this breakout. So just keep that in mind. Watch for this dip. See if there's a buyer that's excited here.
Iranian defense minister says we reject forced peace.
We reject forced peace.
Probably one deeper leg down here off that failure at 60. Just watching this dip. I want buyers to be present here, like 30 to 40. Or sorry, 40 to 50, sorry. Need water. Is taking a bit longer than I want.
That's the story of this afternoon.
Your first risk off has to be into this 57 to 65. You are playing this. That's where that offer is sitting. We can push through that. We should be able to break over 80. And if you don't want to, if you're not comfortable playing this low, which is totally understandable, right? There will be another entry here. Almost positive on that. Oh, there's no issue, just being patient. They're really waiting till the new 15? That's crazy. 50 seconds till new 15s. Offer holding our 57 so far. Just where the last sell side was. The OC is attempting to shift up here on NQ. New 15s.
US military official to Al Jazeera says we will continue to take all necessary measures to protect our forces, partners, and allies in the region.
Yeah, this can go either way now. With this POC shifting here at 53. Need to see that look above and then hold that. Or this is going to be our offer and then rotation down. With a target of 980. So it is imperative that we see us push over this and then bid here and then rotate off of this. Or again, like this will flip offer and then we will rotate down.
And further from US military officials to Al Jazeera, says that the Pentagon is providing options to Trump if he decides to respond to Iranian attacks.
Really thin on ES here.
Yeah. We're flipping. Watch for a reaction at the reoffer. We need to see what happens here. This took way too long.
Iran's Khomeini says we didn't aggress anyone and we will not accept any aggression from anyone under any circumstances. This is on a post on X. So remember, this is Iran's Supreme Leader Khomeini speaking.
We'll be right back.
Holy, slow down. This is too slow. Watch for this look in and then they'll look back out. They'll look in and then they'll look back out. We need buyers over 55s for anything now. 55 and hold. Give us some info, please. This is what we know right now. I'm gonna just clarify. We know we have buy side liquidity here. And this is our pivot where we need to see that lower high, or this is where the offer is again, or the bid is resting again, right? So you have a choice. If we can get over 55s, there's potential for continuation. Offer needs to lower, get below this pivot, and then offer down. We know that this is POC. We know this is resistance. This is where buyers were absorbed last at 55. We need to see interest above for anything more, or it's just going to continue to be awful here. Kind of. Not really. I went to school for visual effects and game design. I think Mario went to school for chem. I could be wrong on that. Up tie. Twenty seconds till new 15s. Just oscillating at our 55 here, trying to make it supportive. If buy side's gonna win this out, this dip needs to be instantly bought. No waiting like this last attempt. This like 47 needs to show interest, my opinion, and then we need to immediately get over 55s. We need to see an immediate bid and then push, because if the offer lowers here and then we push below this, I'm not interested anymore. This needs to bid. Yeah, I agree. But the 70 to 80 is just major resistance tie. You scroll out, zoom out a little. So it's a bit tough. This needs to be incredibly reactive here on NQ. Get me out of here, man. Oil just needs to break.
It looks like I missed nothing.
No.
Yippee.
I don't know. I didn't really understand your DM. I saw it and then I was in the middle of something and then I didn't respond. My bad. But I still don't really understand what you're asking. It's gonna follow up with you.
That's generally my response when Ty DMs me. Was it just a chart with 2 words on it?
It was a chart with like a couple words.
Alberta Premier Smith says more pipelines to Tidewater is needed, and US Canada need to work together on oil.
I just didn't really understand if you were looking to try that area again or if so I don't really look at the voids in those balance areas usually. Oh my god, get me out of here. Surely they give us more than 10 points. All right, let me bring up your charts, Ty, while we wait. So you're specifically talking about the one that has the risk profile on it, right? The short setup. Yeah, I mean, that looks good. That's a sauce special. The POC rejection from the previous range. Yeah. I think your stop is a little tight, personally. I think you could move. Right, so like in that setup there are two ideas that you can try. I personally like oh, this is taking ages, man. So you have a oh my god, okay. Take a screenshot of your screenshot so it can go on stream. So there are like two options for this, where you can either attempt what looks like to me you're attempting your entry at your value low with your stop at this high, which makes sense. I think that there's also a possibility where you could actually move your entry to this POC and have your stop at the POC above. And then use that as your risk. Yeah. Because that is like, if we're going to breach above that, that to me signals that we're most likely going to break this downtrend, right? And then we would be heading up. But regardless, it's just it's a matter of just like where you want to actually have your risk set, you know? Because the problem is like this has to be PT1 here. So your odds of making money go up a bit if you're instead doing it off of this, because now you have a bit more room to this first PT just in case we do bounce and then go up off of it. It's not much, but right, like it's, you know, because like if we didn't reject here and then offer down, and from here we then did this and then bid up, that would be my worry. But yeah, I mean, regardless, yeah, it looks fun. You've got a clear downtrend. You've got us closing below POC of this of the previous distributions. You're seeing a rotation down and we know that you can stay in this for momentum if we don't see a strong reaction here at this POC, right? Then you're just going to get this momentum through the LVN for the rotation back down to this POC down here for the full balance. So yeah, I mean, it looks good. Dude, get me out of here. What? Yeah, I was planning on just waiting for you to get on live and then talk to you about it because I didn't really understand what you were asking.
Just seeing reopening of airspaces in Kuwait, Bahrain, and Dubai airports resume full operations following the pause.
This guy's still willing to just take into 55. There's no shift there. We're still just absorbing. Need to see bid be able to maintain and then show interest above. This is POC on NQ now. We've built out this node very heavily where daily POC is shifted here. Just into our little bit of buy side liquidity here at our yellow box. But offer still just lowering. What a snoozer, man.
The lunchtime today was so good, and then ever since, like 1 Central.
Yeah, I mean, this wall on ES at 70 is just disgusting.
Yeah, yes.
Move everything over again. Is POC a previous candle? Expect a little bit of a bounce here and then watch to see if we get a reoffer. That's the only viable short that I see for rotation back down to 20. If this doesn't do it quickly, it's just not worth trading. $40 till new 15s. So watch for that reoffer as we push into that 15. I think this is actually needs to be adjusted a bit. offers here.
US Embassy in Qatar lifts shelter-in-place order, and embassy will open on Tuesday.
Fuck, I didn't mean to delete that. I'm personally not looking for a long here anymore until we either go back down into 2000 to 020 or show interest above. It's just, I'm personally done with this area. This is either just going to be a short at 45 to 60, or we'll rotate up and then I'll play the break out of the balance high. Over this.
Semi-official Meher news agency says 3 members of Iranian Navy killed in an Israeli strike on Bandar Abbas port.
It's just too slow. Chromatic. They're really trying to milk Nitro members. With this,
1 minute going to be getting market on close imbalance data.
They're trying their best. What a waste of the final hour, man.
Final 2, really. But yeah.
Absolute waste.
I really thought we were going to get a lot more liquidity in this week. We'll see. We'll see how the rest goes.
You're gonna see volatility step into the market here in 20 seconds, guys, with MOC. Please be careful. If we get anything outside of this range after MOC, I'll play it, but I mean, it's
10
just
seconds.
so not worth scalping 10 points either direction and then stopping out. It's just so not worth.
Market on close, imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 69 million, Nasdaq 100 buy side 406 million, Dow 30 buy side 61 million, and Mag 7 buy side 462
Yep.
million.
We will do class if people show up.
Okay, good bed, good bed. We want this 55 to hold, guys. And then I need to see that look over 80 if we're going to get out of here. If not, again, I'm not touching it. Holy. Oil, huge dump. See if we can get this bid on NQ with that. It's full oscillation on oil. Down to our lows. Off that failure at the high.
Trump says Iran has officially responded to our obliteration of their nuclear facilities with a very weak response. So
Okay.
Trump posting on Truth Social here. So Fall says Iran has officially responded to our obliteration of their nuclear facilities with a very weak response, which we expected and have very effectively countered. There have been 14 missiles fired, 13 were knocked down, and 1 was set free because it was headed into non-threatening direction.
This is
Also,
our
just
80.
saying, pleased to report that no Americans were harmed and hardly any damage was done. So he also says, I want to thank Iran for giving us an early notice, which made it possible for no lives to be lost and nobody to be injured. Perhaps Iran can now proceed to peace and harmony in the region, and I will enthusiastically encourage Israel to do the same. Seeing a little bit more movement towards the downside now on WTI crude, as Trump says perhaps Iran can now proceed to peace and harmony.
Get me out of here. Still zero interest over 80.90. Insane. Are we streaming class?
The Discord.
Yeah. Offer sitting at 80 still. We need to see oil break down, man. It's the only way. That was a really nice initial reaction right at the top of our balance, but like we just continue to show interest down here in these lows. Like that's not, it's just an oscillation like Russell. Start looking to ES 80. About damn time. This is our look into NQ 90. Come on.
Seeing US stocks gained, stock gain, S&P 500 up 1% and Nasdaq up 1%. So again, S&P 500 up 1%, Nasdaq 100 up 1%.
Final minute.
at his close.
Ding, ding, ding.
There's this buyer here that's really attempting from 60 to 70 that I want to play with. We just need to see the step over 90. If there's no interest over 90, then it's just not worth. But oil is getting its breakdown now. Our balance persists. Unlucky.
All right, guys. All right, we'll see you in 30 minutes for class. That's all I got. See you guys soon. Goodbye.
I can't believe that's persisting. If we get over 90 overnight, your target is 130. We just did our balance rotation at our low and found a buyer at 50. So now you have the same sellers as before in the middle of our range that now can re-offer this. Need to see a clearer sign of interest here. This is the trade we were looking for 2 hours ago. Because now we have a catalyst. Like these guys are now uber trapped up here at the highs that allows for actual movement downside, or a bid is now found here, and then we show interest above, and then we make new highs. You have 300 contracts so far absorbed into 50, 55 on sell side.
Trump on Truth Social says, it's time for peace. So he says, congratulations, world. It's time for peace.
I can stream the class today. That's no biggie. But that starts in 26 minutes. It is getting a little heavy here.
Take a look at the market wrap for the US session. Wall Street traders pushed stocks higher as oil fell, as Iran's retaliatory strikes on US airbase in Qatar were largely expected and unlikely to cause a broader economic fallout. The dollar fell. The S&P 500 climbed 1% after Qatar said it intercepted the Iranian attacks with no casualties. WTI fell below $70 as fears that the conflict would disrupt Middle Eastern supplies subsided. Bond yields fell as fears of an impending inflationary threat subsided. Money markets increased bets on policy easing after Fed's Governor Bowman, Federal Reserve Governor Bowman, signaled support for a rate cut as early as July. Iran's missile attack on US airbase in Qatar was predicted well in advance, reducing the risk of a larger escalation following US airstrikes over the weekend. A controlled geopolitical response, in turn, may reduce the likelihood of a larger supply chain disruption. The Middle East accounts for roughly a third of the global oil production, global crude production, and there have been no signs of disruptions to physical oil flows, including cargoes passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Since Israel's attack started earlier this month, there have been indications that Iranian oil shipments out of the Gulf have increased rather than decreased. Oil prices traded in a $10 a barrel range on Monday, rising by more than $6 before falling even further, demonstrating how volatile traders are and how important every development in the region is to the global energy markets.
Julian, I'm gonna restart the stream just so that the VOD ends, and then I'll be back in 15 minutes for class.